Hi, Lorenzo. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Wait, I cannot even hear the music. It's a nice music, perfect for the period, I would say, right? Do 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 do. Wait, what is? Wait, I have to fix. No, this one. This one. Oh, this one. Did I make it right? Hey, yo. Why is this not working? Do you see me alright? You just broke your nail? What happened? What did you do? But hi people, hello everyone. How are y'all doing? How was your night? Let me fix the microphone. Let me put it to 80. Okay, so I'm not screaming, at least in your ears. You were scratching your neck? How hard did you scratch your neck? AC, chill with that. Oh, someone made a sub while I was offline. Holy. Like, if you're watching this, thank you. I am trying to fix something. Baby, it's cold out there. Oh, oh. Oh, it's my fault. Okay, it's my fault. Window projector. Oh, there we go. Hi, Vic. Hello, people. How was your night? Did you sleep all right? Were you able to have a good rest? And were you also able to take a good sip of water this morning? Wait. Oh. Wait. Almud, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Almud. I appreciate you very much for it. Thank you so much for that.
I forgot this was expired.
Thank you so much for the 7 months. Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, people, remember to do the check-in and also to do the mood if you can in the morning. 4 hours. Oh no. Donkey go, no, oh no. Neo. Neo. Neo, thank you so freaking much. Neo, thank you so... Wait. That's a first class. That's a first class. Neo, thank you so much for the... Oh my god, for the 15 months. No. Yeah, for the 15 months on the tier 3. Wait, why do we do not see the alerts? Oh, good gracious. Shubham. Shubham, thank you so much for that. Shubham, it really means so much. Thank you so much for being back here. You're also 15 months. Like Neo, I appreciate you very, very much. Look at the train early in the morning. Hello. You never saw me talking in Italian? I am sometimes in other people's stream here. I try to keep it in English. Goodness, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. Education. Wait. Focus with me. Break every 45 minutes. Oh, Teleska! We're gonna finally see each other back in the Milan Games week, right, Teleska? Right? Oh goodness, Jet, thank you so much for all the love this morning. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you so fucking much. it's lovely. Thank you. Teresa, thank you for. We have so many 15 and 16 months. Where are my newbies at? Where are my newbies at? We need fresh air, please. We need fresh air. You're not a newbie. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you for already having the train early in the morning. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Look at that, Alec. What? Alec, what does that mean? You've been following since 6 months and that is your very first message? Oh, good gracious. Look at that. Sorry, I didn't want to put you in a spotlight. I kind of did still, but thank you for still lurking. I appreciate you so much for the lurk. Goodness. Goodness. Sniffa? Give them sniffers. Give them sniffer. They deserve it. Thank you for following for so long. Okay. Starting. Scalier. I'm gonna cry today. Okay, listen, today I'm very emotional. I don't know why, but today I'm gonna cry, alright? So you better chill. You better chill. Alright? I've been making a panino every time. Wait, what? Scalia, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Welcome on board of the train. Welcome on board of the train. Chat, today I'm not even joking. Today I most probably will cry for no reason. The game just became make G cry. No, please. You won go? You won go? Why not? Such. Why are you also emotional? Oh, Scully, thank you for the 100 BTs. I appreciate you. You submitted your thesis? If you put us in the acknowledgement, send me the picture. Debug! She met the Tavis. Debug, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you for sticking here for 3 months. Really. Thank you for still being here. This is a newbie! Chat, this is a newbie! This is a newbie! Give them sniffer! Sniff them! This is a newbie! Alarm newbie! Hey! Why is the ice skate counter became fewer than people? It was because it's the total of subscribers that we currently have. So sometimes people don't even they forget, or it was a gifted one, so they don't redo it. So that's why we have that. That's why sometimes it goes down. It's all okay. It's all okay. We're slowly growing. Slowly growing. New mission for today, make G cry. Please don't make me cry. Sneefish Lion, thank you for it. Thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Welcome in the CEO gang. Happy to be here. I don't know what is happening this morning, but oh yeah, people, fun fact. I still use my I have never played Life is Strange. I'm still using my ex-boyfriend's 4 years ago ex-boyfriend Netflix. And I don't know if he knows, I think that he kind of understands, because sometimes he finds shows that he never watched. So I think he knows, but maybe not. I don't know. And today I opened Netflix and there was as a suggested one, Teletubbies. Teletubbies and Scalier. Oh my god, no, there's no Scalier. Scalier, thank you so much for the 3. I appreciate you. There's no need. Thank you so much for the support for the train. Judd, Scalier is paying the tickets for you all for the train. I appreciate you so much for that. I really, really do. So today I got the suggested ones, the Teletubbies, right? And I posted a screenshot on Instagram. I was like, oh, I'm gonna delete the part where you can see the name of whose Netflix is. And then someone texted me saying who is Mateo? I was like, oh shit, it's showing. So I started to delete it from there too. Not because I don't care if you know, but I care if he knows. So then maybe he will change password. I don't want him to change the password. Sandro! Don't do it, Sandro! How Sandra, thank you so much for the 10 gift. And I said it today. I'm emotional. Please don't do it. Please don't. We are in the level 6 of the hype train. What the fuck? Sandro, fuck. You didn't have to. Scalia, thank you for the 100 Bs. Yeah, shit, I told you that today is not the day. Today. I learned nothing this week. Oh. Kinda. Oh yeah, how did you like yesterday's stream with Chris? I loved it. Next year, that won't matter anymore with Netflix cracking down on PW sharing. What is that? I'm not sure, to be honest. Anyway, I got news. I got promoted! You got promoted! Tereska, great. Congrats. I'm very, very happy. Pastor sharing is not gonna happen. Well, next year we're gonna discuss about it. But Sandro, fuck. Thank you so much for the 10. That means so much. Appreciate you so much. Shit, I need tissues. Let me you know what I always have? I have the crying paper here. I have always crying paper here. You will not be able to do account share? Oh no. That's so bad. I'm doomed. Scalier! I know what you're trying to do. I know you're trying to like make me cry, but that's fine. That's really fine. I appreciate you so much, Scalier, for the gifted one. Really, really. So much. If G starts crying, I will cry freaking water for you, please. No, already yesterday was such a nice one. Meta! Plus, let me put the alerts here. Otherwise, they're hidden. Meta! Thank you so much for the gifted one. We're close. Oh, Scalia, thank you for the 100 BDs. Thank you. I appreciate you. Wait, I have to do the Instagram story. I want to do it now before I start crying. Oh. How many of you answered to my story with the Teletubbies? Was it that fun? Alright, let me also... 883. Okay, I'm gonna... Since we have 883 subs, until we don't have anymore that number, we're gonna listen to a very famous Italian band that is called 883. This is the kind of music that they usually put... Do the Teletubbies say that in other languages? What do they say? So we're gonna be listening to 883. This is like the kind of music that they usually put like at the end of the club. Like to tell everyone, oh, it's time to go back home. It's time to go back home. As if I was not enough emotional. I don't know what's happening. Let me put this one. I wanna hear them. Di mettere, sperando di vederti ancora qui. Okay, I'm gonna cry. This is such a good song. If you're not Italian, let me know what do you understand from it. Oh, but let me do this for the vibes. Po bambino ma. Wait, and also let me do the story. Oh, my phone is dying. Absolutely nothing. Did you like yesterday's Oh. I guess someone doesn't like Atatatra. Never mind, chat. I have to change it. I have to change it. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. I changed it. I changed it. Jumbo, thank you for the gifted one. No more Atatatra. No more Atatatra. What do you mean you cannot hear the music? Yes, you can. It's here. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate you so much for the support so early in the morning. We are at 23. We are at 23 already. What the heck? You're insane. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that one of the reasons why I am so emotional, it's also the fact that I started, like, there is a new season of Crown. I don't know if you watched it, but I'm watching the last episode of the fifth. I think, like, the one, not the one before, the one before the last one, right? And it's so sad. It's so fucking sad. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Of Crown, not crying. And it's, oh my god. It's so good at Judge for. It's really, really good. Oh, it's like, it's the, now it's like where Diana is super sad and oh no, I cannot think about it. I cannot think about it. What is happening? Why am I leaking from my eyes today? Why am I crying? Why am I leaking from my eyes? No. I don't know what is happening. Wait. Oh my god. I don't know, chat. Does it count as a spoiler if it happened in reality? No, I don't think so. Oh, thank you for the pets. Wait, they're not showing. Wait, where is it? Where is it? I cannot find it. I cannot find it. Why I cannot find it? Mod, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you so much for it. Wait, where is the thing to? There is no more? There is no more? I want the pets! Wait, I want the pets! Where is it?
Please don't cry.
Oh, don't tell me to not cry! I will stop. Oh, Fisher Kubo, thank you so much. Wait, I want the pets. Where is it? I'm just gonna add that one more. Mix it up. There we go. Give me the pets.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay. Thank you. I did this. Appreciate you. Oh, wait. Let me do the story to put out that. Okay, let's see if we have a decent one. Let's see if I have a. Thank you for the pets. I don't know. What is this stupid face? Why do I? Listen, we're gonna have this as a picture to the stream. It's me. I don't know, Freaker. I'm very emotional today for no reason. I don't know. I don't know. It's just Diana's story is so sad. Please make me stop.
It was a more important invention than the first telephone. The second one.
No. Oh, we all deserve a hug for you. Wait. Alive and now. Enjoy. Wait, let me do the story. Just over. A rage Monday to emotional Monday, yes. I really don't know what's going on, chat. Okay. Wait. Almost done. I'm becoming super fast at doing these. don't trust nobody. But and wait, I'm thinking like I had a dream, but I don't remember what was the dream. I had a dream last night, but I don't remember what was the dream about. Did you have any weird dream, chat? Did you have anything? I don't. Oh, you know what we could also do? A friend. I mean, I define them friend. I don't know if they define me friends. But anyway, a person. Thank you, Jay. A person. You don't remember your dreams? When do we start? Very, very soon. I'm sorry. I'm just, I don't know what's going on. A person just made me download something for like see your horoscope. You know that I don't believe in those things, but I will treat it as you know, like those you have one motivational quote per day, something like that. Or at least I will take it as if it was like one suggestion for the day. Today's a cry day. Can you join? Yes, come here, Ineto, come here. So like, today, what it says for me, let's say. Consent is not the absence of a no, but the presence of a yes. So useless. Anyway, I don't believe in astrology. I am G. Hi. I'm G. Hangover. I don't know why they were talking about. Did I do something against someone consent? Well, Arya, I asked Arya if she wants to stream and she gave me her consent. So I don't know, Jake. Is it procrastination at its finest? No, we're chilling. We're chilling for a second just to say hi. Did she really though? Yeah, she did. Right, Arya? You do want to. You do want to. Oh, today it's the 14th. So we should have tomorrow? Tomorrow we will have the 15. So the badge for the halfway through with the check-ins. Let's go check them out. Top right. Oh, there we go. All right. There it is. There it is. All right. Hi, hippie. Okay, so we have on top of the leaderboard Sandro. Then Sandro. Sandro is back on top. Sandro is back on top. Sandro, Hidden Partition, Jake, Ashkelon, Meta. Okay, these three. I see you. Why did you do that? Infinity. We are going ice skate. I don't know why it's not updating, but we are going up ice skating, right? Let me see from the official one here. Yes, we are going ice skating. Infinity, thank you so much for that. Infinity, thank you. Like, shut up, I know I'm crying. Shut up. Infinity, thank you so much for the 14, man. You know me for... I haven't scammed you enough. I haven't scammed you enough for that. Don't make me cry. Infinity, thank you so much for the 14. I appreciate you. Chat, we are going ice skating. I don't know why that one is not working. Update. Hey, yo. Update. Update. You. You. Well, it is. Pretend that there is 900 there. We're going ice skating. We're going ice skating, chat. Infinity, thank you so fucking much for the 14. Sandro, thank you for the 10. Skadi, thank you for the 4 of today. What the heck? I'm gonna take you this Saturday to ice skate. I'm gonna take you ice skating. It's gonna be in Verona, so if you are from Verona or anywhere else around, you can join 100%. You know? Please join. Wait. Rosella, thank you so much for the gifted one. Is it the alerts and everything broken? Is Stream Elements broken? Yes, Stream Elements was broken. There we go, they're coming now. Oh, it's okay. Stream Elements is not doing good this morning. Now we're doing ice skating in Verona. If you want to join, everyone is very welcome to join. Chat, no, hold on. No, wait. Wait, we are already at 37. Wait, we haven't even started one tomato. Guaro, thank you for the gift for the one. The alerts, you broke it. Infinity broke it. Infinity, you broke it. Infinity, you just broke everything. How do you feel about it? How do you feel? Ross, thank you so much for the gifted one to you too. How do you feel, Infinity? How do you feel about breaking everything in the stream that I worked so hard for? I'm gonna cry. Infinity, thank you so freaking much for the 14. I appreciate you. You're not even... Can you please take a flight and come to us and we go ice skating all together also? You broke your wrist? Oh no. If you want to join this this Saturday, I will feel better when see you skating. You will not feel better, but I will see you like this Saturday. We're gonna go we're gonna all go ice skating together. So if you want to join, you're very much welcome in real life. Like if you wanna get there, it's gonna be lovely. You cannot. Oh, Sag. But you cannot make too much fun of me if you're coming. This is the rule. You cannot make too much fun of me. You'll be working on Saturday, Kauze? Holy shit. Oh, there. We were doing this. Before Infinity broke everything, we were going to do this. If I cannot make fun of you, I will not come. Shut up. It's the only reason why you will come. Shut up! Hey Dino, we're going Verona, if you know it. Oh, now they're coming. What happened? Oh, Ross, that's what happened. Oh, that's how Infinity broke it. Chat, be ready. We're gonna be hearing this song a couple of times now. We're gonna hear it like a couple of times now. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to hear this. Maybe only 3? Oh, no. Then it's Rosella, then there's Guaro. So Ross, thank you again. Thank you again for the gifted one. I appreciate you. You will also see yours, Guaro. Yes, you will also see yours. I only hang with Metal, Ash, and whoever comes, and not with you if that makes fun. No, shut up. Guaro, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. I don't know what's going on with me today. Didn't make the story? I did, right? Yeah. I appreciate you very much. The counter should be alright now. 41 out of 30. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. My heart. Anyway. We have... Let me make it bigger so you can see something out of this. We have Joseph. We have Rua, Anna, Icofis, Lorenzo, Marco, Angelo, Maria Kego, Jofford, Dani, Euribor, Henry, Martin Cesira. And the last one's Michele, Sacrogral, Statua, and Mechanic Carlo. Ooh, Aria haven't done it. Aria didn't do it. So soon you will see the other new badges. The new badges, you will see them soon. Oh my god, I'm already very... Houdini! Ordini, thank you so much for 22 months. Thank you so much. Man, do you know what that means? Like 22 months with the Prime means like every month for 22 months, you came all the way here to just do the sub again. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you.
So many subs.
Yeah, for real, so many. What is happening? Can we chill in the morning? It's gonna be a difficult day, right? I can see it happening. Hi, Kirby. Chat, shall we start to work? Shall we start to work? No, you can disappoint Jolly on Discord? Wait, why? I am... You know that emotions makes me very tired. So like so many subs, so many emotions today already. He's in the subs room. Oh, I see that, Ross. I see. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, alright? If it's your very first time here, we're like a study group, alright? So I'm gonna be silencing myself for 45 minutes so you can focus on your own things and you know, like do things that you've been procrastinating for so long. But I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi. How are you doing? How is it going? How was the very first tomato of this week for you? How did it turn out? Hi Daniel. Hi Zach. Very bad. What's happening? Session was good. I was able to work on a couple of things that I left behind during the whole week. So I'm getting back to it, right? Today in general has been meh. What happened? Although it's just music that I'm playing. It doesn't have a playlist right now. The one because sometimes I change. But if you go on the link of Last FM, you see all the songs that I'm playing. You're currently learning how to make beer? What? How did you sleep? I also slept kind of bad. I'm doing good, Petite. How are you doing? Gym break? What did you work on? I'm gonna be going to the gym later tonight, I think. Later tonight. Oh, and remember, chat, this live, if you're struggling on like being on your phone, right? And you're constantly on TikTok or anything like that. This live is also on TikTok. So if you want to use your phone, you just open the phone on TikTok, you put on the live, and then you never get out of it. So your phone will be busy in doing something, and you will not be like using that one. If that can help, it's also over there. Even if you're watching this from TikTok, hi, nice to meet you. I hate group projects. Wait, what happened? Oh no, Nagla. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to do a group project. But when you will become older, listen to this wise old lady. When you will become older, group projects might be better because you used to maybe work alone. So group projects are nice sometimes. I miss doing group projects, really. Wait, you didn't start your Monday by going to the gym morning to the gym? No, I did not, Renato. I did not, because this morning I wanted to be a little bit more chill. The Pomodoro timer is 45 and 7 minutes. I have a low volume. No, it should be like a little bit better. We're doing 45 and 7 minutes because otherwise people was, yeah, thank you so much for the likes on TikToks. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you're watching this from TikTok, if you double tap the screen, that's a huge help. So you help other people to also see this and stop being procrastinating on the phone, you know? What was I saying? Something. Oh, Roxa, thank you for the likes. I appreciate you too, really. I was saying something. I got distracted by my own talking. Oh, we're doing 45 and 7 minutes because we realized that when we were doing 50 and 10, people were always like, oh my god, can we start at the right start of the hour? Can we please? Blah, blah, blah. Hi, Simon. Hello. I'm not studying anymore, Daniela. I'm actually working right now. Oh, it might be, Erox. It might be. I don't know. When you get old, you miss group project because you get lonely. Right, for real, for real. Like, at least that's how I feel sometimes when I'm working on my own things. That's why I have the mods. Thank you, mods, for being there. They help out for real. And it's generally, I really miss doing group projects. You feel cold in my naked legs? I'm never like cold on my legs. I'm never cold on my legs. I'm more cold like on my arms. That's why I always have like comfy sweaters and never like on my legs. Especially like oh my god, yesterday night I was having super warm legs. Nika. Ciao, Nika. Very happy to be here. Hi. Welcome in, Nick. Winner first. Oh, for yesterday's competition. Yesterday we had the typing race competition, which was insane. I didn't even try too hard because it was impossible for me to win. We had Jalford first place with like an average of like 90 plus, I think. Then we had Hidden Partition for second and third place Muchi. Congrats to those people. Congrats to them. That was super huge fast. Like, I swear, when I was thinking like, oh my god, I'm doing so well now. This sentence got super, super good. I was super fast. And then I looked at the others like, oh yeah, I am actually shit. But when we tried in Italian, he didn't kick your ass. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basic, right? Yesterday with Chris was very. Oh, I'm very happy you liked it. I would love to put it out on YouTube, the interview that we had with Chris yesterday, but it's a 3 hour. It's a 3 hour one. I don't like. In order to put that one on YouTube, I would have to edit it. But I don't have the time to edit all of it. And if I ask to a video editor to edit it for me, it's gonna cost so much. So much. So much. So I don't know. If anyone wants to take the video and upload it, I'll give you all everything that we get from videos on YouTube, which is not much. But still, if you want to take that and just help me out with that, please feel free. Happy to do that. Do not edit it at 3 hours once, then it's gonna be, it's not gonna be getting too many people. Why don't you put it and just do timestamps? Because then YouTube, it's a fucking pain. YouTube is a freaking pain. It's just gonna destroy the entire algorithm. You do have it. You do have the entire yesterday VOD on the VOD channel. You have it all there. So sometimes the Twitch player, it's a bit shitty. So if you want to see the VODs, you know that you can see them from there. They're just automatically uploaded up there if you ever need it. Chris was more than super. Chris was way more than super. He was so nice. Let me see if it's already up there, the one with my videos. Let me see. Should be, because it should be automatic. Let me just check. Yeah, it's already out there. It's already out there. And Twitter algorithm, I spend way less time in both apps. Let's go, Corpa. Let's go. Yes, it is already out there. So if you want to see Chris.
The feeling?
Yeah, there we go. No, it is not made for kids. I have to add the... Oh, I didn't... I have to add the tags. Do I really have to? I will not add any tags. It's not a gaming... It's not gaming, you Dumbo. Anyway, I'll fix that. You hope he will come for another chat. If he was to come for another chat, what would you like to talk with him about? What would it be? Because yesterday, because it was like a 3 hour long, I think that we talked so much about so many things. What going to listen in the focus time? Still this kind of vibes. Still this kind of vibes. Go work, Meta. Shall we get back to work? Break is over. Yeah, I agree with you. Ich. Oh, ich. Also, thank you for the likes on TikTok. Appreciate you very much for that. Shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to being productive? If you're watching this from TikTok, sharing likes and all of that, it's always appreciated. It's so much helping, and it helps others to see this video so they stop procrastinating. Damn boos. Not really sure. That's what I'm saying. Can someone copy the first code so I can grab it from the phone? Oh, lazy. Oh, is it because you cannot see it? There we go. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. But maybe Chris can join us. Oh, wait. Maybe Chris can join us for the trivia night. I have to do the announcement. Let me put it in my announcements. I'll do a half-month announcement so I can put out the all the things that I plan to do for the rest of the month, so everyone is updated, and you can see it on Discord, all right? Let me put it here so I also have it there. And so because like next Sunday we're gonna have the very first trivia night, so afternoon, actually the first trivia afternoon. Everyone is welcome to join. You just have to have a cam, a microphone, paper, and a pen. And you have to have it from the computer, I think. I don't know if it from the phone works. No, from the phone works too, but yeah. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. You're gonna see all of these in we're gonna see all of this thing about the trivia on Discord if you wanna join. Everyone is welcome to. Okay, Laka, maybe we can discuss about that in the next one, all right? In the next break. Remind me that question. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. happen? What the fuck is happening? Go. Go, you misclicked. Go, you misclicked. You put a couple of too many zeros there. You put a couple of too many zeros in there. You just misclicked. Jess, what the fuck? You clicked it right now. Fuck. Oh, thank you so much. Jess, what the heck? What? Today, like, I started the stream saying, like, oh, chat, I don't know what's happening. Today I'm emotional. I started crying for no reason. Chat, thank you so fucking much for that. I appreciate you so much for the support. Jess, Donnie, thank you so much for being here. And Besito, thank you also for starting all this craziness. What is going on? I cry for no reason too. Right, it's the stars. I don't know what's happening. I started crying. Well, I was telling Chad that I was watching The Crown, and I started crying for Lady Diana. Jess, oh my god. It's already crazy that you are in chat right now. To be honest, you're such an inspiration. You're such a... If you are here, you don't know who's Jess, you stupid Dambo. No, you please go check them out. They're amazing. They bring the best vibes ever on Twitch. Oh, you cried also a lot, Cookie. Are you okay? Oh my god. Kilo! Do you remember these, right? As soon as I put this remix, I thought about you with your prime. Jess, thank you so much for being here. Kilo, thank you so much for being here. But Jess, I wanna make you proud. I wanna make you proud because, like, look, wait. This is a little baby trying to make mama proud. Chat, please pretend that you actually like all of my sounds, okay? Because this is the moment where I show them. Okay. You will definitely you wait. Hold on. Oh, I'm stressing out. How do the filter works? I don't. Like this? No. Yes. Yes. Oh yeah. This is
Conjunctivitis.com. Now that's a site for sore eyes.
What is that? What is that dead joke? What the fuck? That joke, relax, it's fine. Wait, this is... These are to make you proud, Jess. Oh my god. I swear, chat, please share all the love that you can with Jess. And Tony, you freaking lucky bastard. Swear. Oh my god. Jess, thank you so much for being here. You're the sweetest ever. Okay, thank you, Meta. Appreciate you for the 100 videos. No needed. Watching The Crown too is making you emotional, right? Don't open the site, it's a scam. Wait, did I just scam you all with the dad joke? Not only it was a bad dad joke, but but it was also like a scam. Shit, I'm sorry if I'm so sorry about that. But also, still to make you proud, just let me show all of them. I should be over all the butterflies. If you don't know like about Jess, like it's amazing streamer, and she does like, you love this one? Yeah. She does like streams that are they're so lovely. And if you're ever feeling like down, you can jump in and it's just power in a stream, just pure the bottle of power in a stream, and it's insane the energy and the work that there is behind. So just equal dopamine. Yes, 100%. Oh my god, Jess, thank you so much for everything that you do on this platform. For you, you're an inspiration every time. And wait, we need 1k sub goal. We just got to the 900. Oh yeah, if you don't know, we're all gonna go ice skating because we got to 900. We're gonna go ice skating. I'm from Italy. Wait, I am sorry. Leaking eyes equal leaking nose. Let me. Sorry, I'll try to be less gross. But we also have a wheel. Holy shit! Please don't look at this. Well, we're gonna go ice skate. Okay, let's spin the wheel first, so then I can show you the thing that happened under. Oh, skydiving. I will. No, skydive. What's the label on my back? What do I have a label? Oh, we're gonna be playing charades later, chat. We're playing charades later. If you don't know what charades is, El Gioco del Mimo, or like I'll mime a word and you have to guess what is it. It's chat loves this game. Don't look at what they're saying in chat, Jess. They actually love it. They're just pretending to not like it, but it's actually a very cool game. Don't look at it. Ignore chat. Ignore it. They're just making up a scene, you know. But they're actually they love it. They love it. Big dance party, dopamine party, mental health friendly, and so much more equal Jess. Yes, Cookie. Yes, Cookie. The last time I went ice skating, I almost took down 2 person. Oh. Can I redeem it? No, Larry, it's gone. By the way, we're gonna go ice skating. If you are in the north of Italy, because that's where I am staying, I'm gonna be right there. In my own hometown, I'll go ice skating. I'll be also live, but you can all. Please. But no, BSB. No, we cannot get to one. Please, no. Don't break me today. I'm already broken today. BSB, thank you so much for the fucking 20. Thank you so fucking much for all of that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. There is no need whatsoever. I appreciate you for real already. No, we're not gonna go bungee jumping. They want me to go bungee jumping, but that's never gonna happen. I already told you the only option for me to go bungee jumping is if I die first, then you can push my dead body out, and that's bungee jumping. But that's everything that I can do. But if you're new to this channel, and if you're looking like for more company and like accountability buddy while you're working, remember that we also have Discord. If you want to join us, there's like study rooms where people are in there like working by themselves, and sometimes they're not even checking the stream. They don't really care, but you can go there and you can work with them. You can you have someone that can help you to stay accountable on your goals. God gracious Lord, I appreciate you. Among all the days that this could have happened today, that I'm oh, Meds, I appreciate you for saying that. I appreciate you. PP just checked. And just shit, you did a tweet. Oh my god. That's a fresh one. Fresh out of the box. Stream Elements is going wild. Thank you so much for that, VSB. I appreciate you very, very much. I am stretching. I have problems with my neck. My neck has issues. My neck has issues. Yeah, if you can stretch, chat, it's important. If you can stretch. Oh my gosh. Seems like your daily goal is a bit too low. Yeah, not, usually it is not. Usually it is not. Put olive oils on the joints. Oh yeah, I'm crunchier than a cracker. Eee. Oh goodness. Chad, I appreciate you so much. I really, really do. If you ever need any help, just let me know, alright? I am bedroom? You are bedroom? What do you mean you are a bedroom? Bedroom, thank you so much for the 3 months. Welcome back. Oh gosh, oh my god, my heart will not be able to hold it. You know that I have problems with emotions, so I know that tonight I'm gonna be sleeping like a baby, so tired. Oh, Bomb, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh my god, you're very cool. Oh my god. I appreciate you so much. Chad, we should maybe, this is a pop, right? Most of the subs sounds are mixed with the Abbas because we realize that everyone likes Abbas. Doesn't care where you are from. Get a massage, you definitely need it. I know, this is kind of normal. Like, this is basic cracking, G. What a crazy starting of the day, chat, for you. Oh, good gracious. I was going to say something, now my brain is completely fogged. You don't like Abba? Is everything alright with you? Oh yeah, join us on the trivia night. I'm gonna try to do like a trivia night next Sunday. Freaking hell. I'm having, by the way, I think that I'm gonna cry more often because I like this kind of makeup anyway. Sorry. Like I watched the ads, but it seemed right to time sub. Oh, Pedram, thank you so much for being back here. Thank you for deciding to go for the sub. Anyway, I'm gonna be putting myself back into the... If you give me the time, I'll put myself back into the focus mode. Mikela, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate you. No. We have to go back to work. We have to go back to work. Wait, isn't it super late for you, Jess? Or super early? And Tony? Okay. By the way, Tony and Jess, if you ever were thinking about adopting me, I'm okay. Yes, I can be your Tamagotchi whenever you want. Like the couple Tamagotchi, and I can be your little kid. Just, I'm putting it out there. I am willing to move wherever you want me to move. Stop it! Toothless. I appreciate you. Give them sniffs. Chad, we have so many new people in here today. Can you please sniff them all really well? Like they need to be sniffed. Thank you. Anyway, we should go back to focus. Fuck, we're 20 away from the... Oh my god, I'm gonna die today. Alright, oh my god. Don't lick them, Eden, don't lick them. We need to ask for consent before licking. I just asked for food as a Tamagotchi, by the way. Let's go back to work, okay? If you're new to this, you don't know what the heck is gonna happen. Like, I'm gonna shut my mouth for 45 minutes. I'm gonna shut my mouth for 45 minutes, which is like the happiness of many of my ex teachers. You thought I was going to just say ex-boyfriends, right? No, ex-teachers. And I'm gonna shut my mouth for 45 minutes. If you need a place to like work or like study or like clean your room, all right? Or anything that you've been like procrastinating for so long, you can use these 45 minutes and we check back together. I found that Bezos ABBA remix that was so sick, right? By the way, if you ever like wonder where I'm getting all of them, oh no, that is where you get the sub alert remix. But also if you scroll down the about page, I put like the people that I got it from. They're from TikTok, they're DJs and stuff. ADHD friendly with the foot. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm also trying to help with the body doubling also. Your house is a disaster, alright. To pick up all the things I'm procrastinating right now. Just go for one. Just one at a time. One at a time, Kotpa, okay? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Thank you to all the likes on TikTok. I appreciate you for that. I really, really do. You're the sweetest. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good. Please, please, please focus. Don't make it crazy again. Please, I cannot bear it, alright? I'll check in with you later. Be good, everyone. Bye. It's already break time? Hi. Chad, I'm feeling broken. Like, how are y'all doing? Oh, PSP, thank you for staying still here. Did you work? Were you being productive during this tomato? Were you doing alright? Mezza? Okay, I'll call you Mezza. How are you doing, people? What do you mean, no, you have not been productive, Rua? No, it was, lenticchie? How do you say lenticchie in English? How to talk with me? Like this, Barba. Hi. Or if you want, I'm very often on Discord, Barba, if you want. I'm very often there. You can send me also DMs. I usually try to answer to all the DMs that I receive, wherever they are. As long as they're not, like, weird comments. My focus time, Washington, Reatino, the Discord rule. What? Excuse me, what? Say ciao. Washington. I mean, you were watching the Discord rules? Yeah, they're long, but because we need them, right? Lentils. Okay. So lentil soup. This is artichoke. Like half of, like, you cannot see it. It's half of an artichoke. Aubergine, but I don't think, I feel bad, but I don't think I'm gonna eat the aubergine because they make my mouth icky. I think that I'm kind of, like, not allergic, but something like that. My brain decided today is the day that to sort out some financial admin stuff. Nice! Meza, I know how much anxiety that kind of things can create, so I'm very proud of you for that. Good job, for real. Amazing. Did Pera jump? No, that was not Pera. Aubergine. No? Yeah, they do, don't they? Do they, like, do aubergine also eggplants? Eggplants. Do also eggplants for you? Like, it's icky and all of that? And sometimes I answer to the DMs in my head. Yes, true. Yes, sign into your work computer, but that is about all so far. That's okay. Bomb, you got to the desk. You are in front of the desk. That's already a lot sometimes. So good that you are, like, you are there, right? If you're in front of the computer, it's already so much. And some days, take it slowly, right? Hummus with carrots. So maybe lentils are bad for you. Do you have something that also makes you feel like a little bit like allergic to something, but not really? Do you have that?
Oh, people, that's a fresh one.
Upton, thank you so much for that. That's a new one. Chat, give them a little bit of give them sniffs. Many sniffs to this newbie. Upton, thank you so much for being here. Hi, nice to meet you. Tell us everything about you. Hi, Hannah Banana. Hi, welcome back. A dust? That dust also makes you icky, like on itchy or icky. I don't remember which one is the right one. But it's not gonna get me. No, Mauro, you got this. You got this. No, not allergic, but like it happens to me with the eggplants and with, you know the feeling that you have when you eat pineapple? I get the same when I eat eggplants. I'm doing good, Lolo. How are you doing? Hard or fried egg? Rashes. Yeah, like itchy. Okay. Like, yeah, like not rashes, but like... When you eat pineapple, you just feel happy? No. No, I don't. I don't at all. Not at all. You know what I mean? Do you have... Abby, that's your first message in chat. That's illegal. Abby, that's illegal. I have to make fun of you a couple of times, then you can subscribe. I'm joking. I appreciate you for being here. I really, really do. You're so hungry, but you don't want to eat. Blue, try to get a little bit of water, all right? Get a little bit of water if you can. If you even better if it's like some tea or something, so you're waking up your stomach a little bit, right? Or is it like you don't want to eat? Blue, remember you don't have to deserve food, all right? But the fact that you are alive, you deserve the food, all right? Really, take care of yourself. Eat paper, don't eat paper. Don't eat paper, please don't eat paper. Let us know, Blue, really. What? Rip, are you joking? You cannot even get like a little bar or something? My screen is visible. Yes, I know. It's completely fine. I have the other screen that has the secret stuff over here. Here you cannot see. Oh no. Can we ban Larry? What did Larry say? Pizza with pineapple. I'm joking, Larry. Come back. I'm back. Come back. I'm sorry. No. Don't you dare ever say that again. Why are Larry's always so much trouble? I don't know. Just he's back, Code Pass. Stop starting riots for no reason. Perfect response. Oh, that you're the sweetest. Oh my goodness. Did it just become dark all of a sudden for no reason? And I want to see if Pera is still out. Oh, you still here? Can you please? Sooner or later she will come back to give us attention, chat. I promise to you. I feel like when the winter will come, when the very, very cold will come, she will finally understand that she has to stay here. Ilaria! Ciao. Nice to meet you. Vinu, thank you so much for the rose. Vinu, don't start. Alright? Don't start with the rose on TikToks. Alright? Thank you. Ilaria, welcome in. Don't worry if there's a lot of Italians in here. So don't worry. If you have problems on like typing a word in Italian, just type it in Italian if you have the issue. But I'm so happy to be here. Hi. Call Pera? Pera è pronto. No, I don't think that is gonna work. Vera has work to do outside? No, she's just staring at the outside. That's everything she's doing. That's her job right now. Don't forget. Oh! Mods scammed me. Mods freaking scammed me. You made me forget about the wheel. You didn't remind me of the wheel. We were supposed to play charades. Lucky, hi! By the way, Lucky, I noticed you did a Prime sub when I was offline. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, you did. I felt like a wolf among sheep. Oh my god. They didn't kick you out of the restaurants? You're the sweetest, Lucky. Thank you for being here. Vino, thank you for the 2 roses on TikTok. I appreciate you. Charade? No. We're doing charades. We're doing charades in the next break. We are doing that. Chat, let's go back to work, okay? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good. Be productive. Alright? If you need any help, just ask. Okay? Take water! Hi, Maka. Hello, greetings from Italy. Check in with you later. Hello. Welcome back to the break. I am officially out of tears. Scuddier, thank you so much for the 4 gifted ones. Honestly, chat, what the fuck is happening today? What is happening today? I appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much for this. No tears left to cry for you. Today, I don't know. I don't know how to handle today. I don't know how to handle today. For real. I appreciate you so much for being here. But how are y'all doing, people? How is it going? If you're watching this from TikTok, any double taps on the screen and cheers, lovely and super accepted. But everyone here on Twitch, how are you doing? Oh my goodness, I need more water. I need more water. I feel like my brain is all dehydrated. It's like staying over there. Thank you, Diva, for the likes. Oh, Scullier. Scullier, thank you so much for the 200 BDs. Appreciate you. No need. Oh, and this is very important, all right? For anyone out there, like if during the high train and all of that, you also got caught up and you wanted to like, oh, I also want to support, and then you realize like, oh shit, maybe I didn't have that financial disponibility to do availability to do that. Let me know. I refund you as much as I can, all right? Just let me know. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Always. Ich from TikTok. I'm from Italy. Where are you from? I guess Germany. You got a job interview? Good luck, Asteroida. Good luck. Let us know how it goes. Let us know how it goes. Who is into chess? Catford. This day had a lot of emotions in it. A lot of emotion. And again, if you are from the north of Italy or wherever, just if you can come to Verona, next Saturday we're all going ice skating together. We have to find a pair, apparently. According to the circumstances, we have to find a 1K goal. We have to find a 1K goal. I don't know what it could be. Let us know later, okay, Asta? Why not on Friday? Because on Friday it's not it's closed, I think. Or in general, it's gonna be my day off. You'd love to go ice skating. Wait, Mezza, where are you from? Mezza, where are you from? No, chat, stop with the skydiving. I will not go skydiving. London. You know what I'm actually planning? Like my next trip. Well, next trip has to be Portugal, right? And then right after has to be London. For sure. Something scared? No. Oh, Luca. First of all, thank you for saying that I speak well English. I don't, but thank you. And then I don't know. It's mostly because like I'm not scared of like make a fool out of myself, so I keep talking. Scullier. My brain being dehydrated. Scullier, thank you for the 2 more gifted. Please hold it. Don't. It's not needed. Today we already did so much. Today we already did so much. Scullier, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Your brother is a skydiving instructor? Oh shit. Wild, where is your brother from? Where is he living? I also have like a family friend that keeps going skydiving, so she would also be able, but child, I'm too fucking scared. Mezza! No! No! Mezza, thank you so much for the 4. I appreciate you. I appreciate. Yes, we have a train now. We do have a train now. Mezza, thank you so much for the 4 more.
Train.
Oh gosh.
Finally.
We cannot listen, no, we cannot achieve the 900 and then 1000 all in one stream. It's illegal. It's proven that it is illegal, alright? No. The war is telling G to skydive, but no, that's so freaking scary. Why not? Because no! It happened already last month, please. People, you're being way too generous today. Let me know if I can help you in any way, for real. Who's Giorgio Ugazio? Who's that? Diving with sharks, like diving, like skydiving with the sharks. Like Giorgio. That's his surname. Oh, I love Giorgio. He's amazing. No, it's just cause of it, you know, like.
Just like Jess, take my remaining bits. Jesp.
Oh, thank you for the 931 biddies. With you, it's even more clear that you have been using those to do 69. It's even more clear with you that you had 69. Scalia, thank you for the 100 videos. Chat, we're already on a level 3 of the hype train. How tall am I? I'm 6.2. No, it's fine, Kiko. It's just my problem with names. So 120... No. 6.2 in centimeters. No! No! Charades! John Ford, you... John Ford! John Ford suppressed the chat! Tazahoof, I'm very sorry for my mods. John Ford suppressed whoever, like, people saying charades. Listen, what am I supposed to listen, John Ford? You taking too much control? No, don't clap to John Ford. We were supposed to do charades. You like charades. You like charades. You like charades. You're supposed to stop scamming out. Listen. Now I'm sick. You know, like I keep telling. Ignore the fact that I have 3,000 kinds of paper under here, but you. Carlo! You idiot! No, I don't want to cry again! Carlo, thank you for the 10! Don't ever tell me what I cannot do! Joe, we're back at the 1K! I don't cry. Imagine the people that just came in the stream. They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, she cries for everything." I don't cry. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't cry. What is going on today, Chan? Carol, thank you so much for the 10, and Jackie, thank you for the 500 BDs. Chat, please stop. Don't tell me to cry. This is giving me elementary school kind of vibes. Charades with sign language? Oh my god, so that would be amazing. Not that crying is a weakness. Not crying, it is not a weakness. Crying is not a weakness, okay? Not at all. If you don't cry, that's where you are weak, because you don't recognize your emotions, so you are weak. But, Ilaria, yeah, they're crazy today. I don't know what is happening. Yeah. Carlo, thank you for the 10. Shit. Cry is not a weakness, but I'm a strong woman, and it's like... I don't cry that easily, I swear. I will... What do we do for the... Don't say skydiving. Don't say skydiving. Carlo, appreciate you so much. Don't say skydiving, but what do we do for the 1K? I'm already taking you to skating and eating bungee... No! Please. Why do you want me to die for the 1K? Why are we fanning on our face? Because I don't like to cry. I'm making a little... Prismino.
Choof choof.
Choof choof, Prismino. Welcome on board. Welcome on board of the train. Mezza, you kind of started all of it. I appreciate you for being part of this. Skydiving stream. I cannot even skydive it, you know? I cannot even like stream it. So what if I skydive? What if I don't skydive, but I tell you that I skydive, and then I do a video with a green screen behind and I tell you that I skydived? Tent, fire pit, cozy vibe. Oh my god. Camping stream? Camping stream? That would be so good. Camping stream would be so good. Can you go to animal shelter and take some dogs for a walk? Sure, I can. I don't know if you can in Italy like that. Just go there and ask if you can walk them. A good body double, and I'm getting a lot. Oh, let's go! Meta, this, like, thank you for the support, but that message, that is what makes me really happy. That what actually keeps me going, so thank you so much for that. I'm very happy that this is being useful for you. No, study, no, it's not over. We're gonna go back to work, I promise. Camping stream, it's so good. It's such a good idea, Jalford. What the fuck? But I don't have a tent. I don't know where people go to tent, to camp. I've never been camping. I don't have anything. Yeah, but buying stuff, it's so expensive, right? Buying stuff for a camping, like I would need the tent, I would need the fire things, I would need the food, I would need the power, I would need so many things. People seem to camp outside of Apple Store. Some are cheap. Really? It's freaking winter. It's fine. It's fine. I know, charades. We're gonna do it later. So, charades! I can find maybe you can rent the equipment. Non riesci a fare una airline a Torino dove... Chat, thank you so fucking much for the second train of today. Actually, the third one. Let's say the third one because one was a train by name. Thank you so much for all of this support today. It's fucking crazy. I camp in my backyard. I wish I had a backyard. What about camping in a hotel room? I bring a tent in a hotel room and we stay there. But I cannot turn on the fire. Where I can find some more information about the event? Which one, please, man? The trivia? If you do exclamation mark trivia, you find it on Discord. Buds locato. Wait, Buds, Buds, you do? Text me. The ski, the skiing thing? The ice skate thing, I think I'm gonna say, like, I'm gonna tell you tomorrow everything. I guess. But it's gonna be in Verona. If you can come to Verona. Oh, a little bit of more information there. The main problem could be the internet connection. Maybe I can find a place. I can figure it out something. Oh my god. Okay. Maybe there's like an Airbnb that has like tent. You know, those kind of things. That would be so nice. Okay, I'll try to inform myself for something like that. For a camping stream. Oh my god. Okay, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. I freaking love you, really. I'll talk to you later. welcome back. Who is still alive? Who is still surviving today? How are you doing, people? Not you. What do you mean, not you? President Meta, you're still here. I was like, for the first quarter of it, I was looking for a tree house because, you know, procrastination sometimes it's the worst. I was looking for a tree house, but the only problem is the internet connection. The problem is the internet connection. There are good, nice, beautiful tree houses far away, like in Slovenia. But so that's where I need you, chat. Maybe, you know what you could help me out with? You know that there's those places like in on Instagram or like places like that you find like those beautiful pictures. They're amazing. Can you please send me those so then I can figure it out if I can find something? I can try maybe to contact them, so that's easier. If you find anything like that, just let me know. I'll try to contact them. Full treehouse experience requires no Wi-Fi, but I need to take you with me, you know? I understand the reasoning behind not having like an internet connection. That's why most of them are like off the grid entirely. But I would like to have it completely off the grid, but with internet, so I can do a live with you. Oh, Gabby, same. And then when I started doing these streams, we started to use it again. Curry and Big Mac? Oh, wait, what? Alan, I'll try to go for a little bit of water before that. Network, what do you need motivation for? How can I help you with? What is going on in your life? You are from Slovenia? Ooh. 1K sub goal, 5 days of holidays. No, actually, 3 days. It's not holidays. It's more like, it's still working, right? Because I'm still going to take you with me. We're going to have a weekend away. A weekend together in a tree house. I'd love to find like a cool tree house. Rico, I don't know. Something crazy happened in these few hours. I lost the game thing that's happening on the 20th. Oh, we're gonna have a trivia night. Like a trivia afternoon. If you wanna join and you're willing also to put your face, fill out the form. If you're not, you can still play with the chat. I generally don't know why this one is doing 999. We are at what, 1000? We are at 999. Alright, no, it's 1000. It's 1000, okay? It's 1000. It's 1000. I must learn for tomorrow for a test. Okay, network. Right now, you are procrastinating, alright, most probably, because you know that it's making you feel good, like procrastinating, like playing video games. It is making you feel way better, right? But think about tomorrow. Think about you tomorrow in front of the test. There's gonna be two options. Either you're gonna be extremely happy and like answering to everything, or you're gonna be very depressed in the moment because you cannot type anything. You cannot say anything that it is there. I know that right now, 45 minutes sound so long to you, but you got this, all right? Focus one tomato at a time. Don't get too overwhelmed thinking, oh, I have to study until the end of the night. Focus on one session at a time, all right? And then you will get better. You will just do 2 for us. Do 2 tomatoes for us. Just 2, all right? You got this anyway. Hi, Bexy. I just lost the project I was working. No, Bexy. You have other things to do? I hope so. I will definitely be depressed doing my test tomorrow. No, Kotpa. No. That's not how it works. My issue with taking breaks is... Oh, once the hyperfocus kick in, weird things happen. Tanguito, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you for taking us back to the 1000. I forget. It was really not needed. It's really not needed. It is a 1000 for me. We're staying at 1000, alright? We are there. We are there. Mimo King! Natsurukato, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you very, very much, Natsurukato. Super, super much. Still, why do I keep forgetting about that? Where did I even put it here? You stay there now. I swear, if I forget it again, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Ah, sorry. Sorry, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. And Batsurukato, thank you for the prime. Once the hyperfocus kicks in, weird things happen. But, Medza, I do understand that, and some people don't like to take breaks, and it's completely fine. Breaks can either be that you actually take a break and you get yourself water and you get food and you rest a little, or, especially to the ones that gets into the hyperfocus, that sounds more like a rabbit hole. It's more of a moment where you're like, oh, okay. Oh, hold on a second. What am I doing? Am I still doing the right thing that I started like I was planning to finish the presentation? Am I still focusing on the presentation, or am I thinking about the fonts for the presentation and the colors, and I spent like 3 hours on it so far? It's more like about like, oh, wait, hold on. Am I doing something productive, or am I just doing something but it's not actually like really productive? Hi, Vatche. Collins, hi, welcome in. It happens a lot to just keep reading what I need to study and forgetting it after some minutes. I don't know how to get information stuck in my mind, and it sucks. How is it called? Repetitive reiteration, recalling. How do you call that, chat? The one that you have to like repeat the things, right? Just keep spinning in circles. Oh no. Oh no. Recalling. Help me out. Active recall, exactly. Try to go for active recall. So like you, there's also a very cool thing that you can do for studying that I read about, like spaced repetition. So another thing that you can do when you're studying, especially before an exam, a tip right there that I heard about. I've never, I did my own version of it because I never heard of this one while I was studying, but before a test, take a pencil or like a pen, a blue pen, whatever color you want, and just write down whatever you remember, everything you do remember about a specific topic, all right? Then take a different pen and fill in the gaps in there with like while looking at the book or something like that. It's called blurting. I didn't know it had a name. And you fill it up and then you look at it. Okay, and now you change the paper. And now you start to write again with the blue pen, for example, and you go back to blue, and then you take the red pen and you add in the information that you're missing again. And you continue to do that until like the page is almost all blue, you know? If you feel you can't study anymore, just go also that. Because remember, imagine our brains as if they were sponges, right? If you take a sponge and you put it inside water, all right? If you take a sponge and you put it inside water, if you let it there too much and you take it out, you have to squeeze it a little bit before trying to put more water into it, because after a while it doesn't get anymore, right? So you need to like squeeze your brain a little bit and go release that stress somewhere else, and then you can come back and actually get more information inside your brain. I finished my Master Big Bang. I finished it already. Didn't try it though? Yeah, same. Let me know how those ones works for you, okay? And if you keep getting distracted, I think brain dump. Okay, don't get distracted though. Watch that one another time, not now, all right? I don't want you to get into the rabbit hole of TikTok. But that is the brain dump video that I made about it. Anyway, people, let's go for... We still have 2 tomatoes. Can charades help you stay focused? Yes, I have it right there. I will remember to do it. Thank thinking does feel like your brain trying to take a dump. Sometimes it does. Shall we go? What topics will be asked about in the trivia contest? I haven't decided yet. No, me. Thank you for 10 months, Looney. Happy to be back. Yeah, the tattoo is out, but there will be new coming out. Looney, thank you so much for 10 months. I appreciate you. People, I'll take you within 45 minutes, okay? I am streaming tomorrow. I stream almost every day. Yo! I stream almost every day. No, we aren't gonna do ghost charades. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are y'all doing? And welcome into all the newbies. Oh! I have a smartphone. I have a very smartphone. You know why? Do you want to know why? I have a beautiful reminder right here, right now, that says, do charades. I don't trust you anymore. I don't trust you anymore. No more trust on you. No more trust on you. No. I am depending too much on you, chat. No, so I'm gonna depend on technology. Technology never got against me. Very fake news, but so I hope you had a very productive tomato. Now we're gonna have 7 minutes, 6 minutes of charades. How it is gonna work? If you don't know what charades is, it's a game where I'll be miming a word and you have to guess it. Okay. Lucy, please don't do it. No, don't fart. All right, don't fart. Don't fart. I talked over that joke. Sorry. Excuse me if I talk during my stream. You're right. It's my bad. What the fuck? Anyway, it is gonna work. There are 4 levels: easy, medium, hard, and very hard. Easy, it's more like to understand if you still have a functioning brain. All right. If you don't get to have, I don't care what you redeem, chat. I don't care. Not now. So, you cannot hear me. You do. Shut up. Shut up. I love you, Alia. You're beautiful. Especially because you just DM'd me that you really, really like charades. So that's why I love you even more. Anyway. My outfit is gorgeous. Anyway. Starting from the very, very first one. Okay? It's not that difficult. The first, wait, let me, mods, from now on, I'm gonna write to you. Stop it. Don't meow. Don't meow. I'm gonna type to you, mods, the name of the word that I'm gonna... Don't stop trying to get away from... Listen, charades is good for you. Charades is good for you. You're gonna get... There is people out there that complain because they say that I'm not actually bringing content out on Twitch. But look what happens when I try to bring content. Look what it's not my fault. My chat wants me to stay silent and do nothing. It's not my fault. It is not. So now we're gonna play charades and you are gonna love it. All right. So mods, I wrote to you the word. All right. I wrote to you the word. So if you wanna play, don't check the chat that we have. All right.
Never mind. It's too cheesy.
If you don't want to play, don't look at chat. If you don't want to play, look at the chat that we have together and check who is the first one. Okay, anyway, I hope you're ready. We start with the very first one. Super easy word, all right? Ready? Action! Knee. Easy. Good job. Isabel, you have a brain. This is you proving to everyone else that you still have a brain. Good job. Good job. How dare you trying to distract me with subs? It will not work. Hi Sam, thank you so much for the 20 fucking 2. 20 fucking 2. Aren't you not allowed to point in charades? What do you mean you're not allowed to point? No, you can point. Right? It's our own way of doing it. This is to practice your language and vocabulary. Okay, good job, Chad. You have a brain. Sam, thank you for your 22.
Gee, we are getting there less than 3.
Okay. I can also do sounds in my charades. Ready? Second word, medium level. Ready? Action! Do, 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 do. I didn't write it here. I didn't write it to the mods. Yes! 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 It is a gift! It is a gift! Dignity oil on canvas. It is a gift! It is a gift! Good job. Good job. Your neuron is still working. Your single neuron is working. Is auto giving himself a high five. Good job. For the hard level. This is actually hard. I don't know if you're gonna get it. All right. Hard level. I'm gonna write the word to the mods. Hard level. Are you ready? Ready? We're sharing the same words. Ready? Okay, ready? Action! Someone said it! Someone said it! Someone said it! Glittering eye! I don't know if you were the first one, but it is a coworker. It is a coworker. It is a coworker! Adia, your way of doing it did not work. Good job! Good job. It's fine, even if it's plural, it's fine. Good job. Proud of you. Now we have the very hard level. Okay, this is... Okay. This is just for the very smart people out there. This is kind of difficult. Ready? Action! Oh wait, I didn't tell mods. I didn't tell mods. Okay. Someone got it! Someone got it! Someone got it! Mods, who was the first one? Mods, who was the first one? Wait, why did you put it in mode all? What are you thinking? No, it's not the finger. It's not. Someone got it. Damn, too slow. It was the philosopher. Philosopher, chat. It was the philosopher. Anto Lucanelli was the first one. Philosopher. Did you get why? Because this was the finger, and this it was to bring you into the idea of having like a person, and then it was like the one that looked at the star and then fell by looking at. Who was the one that was looking at the star and fell? Who? Socrates. Socrates. You see, chat? Was it that bad? Was it that bad? No, I'm doing great, Fra. It was fun. How many did you get? How many were you able to get? It is a fun game. I'm too ignorant. No, I'm sorry. What do you mean 0? 0 out of 1? Wait, why out of 1? We did 4. It was fun. You see? Talete? Oh, it was Talete? Okay. Thank you. Jokes on you, the headset is right here. It was fun. There we go. Good job. Good job, chat. I'm very, very proud. I am very, very proud. Alerts are not showing on stream. Like the mix it up alerts. Oh, why they're not? They should, no? So fun. No. Oh no, okay. Miki. Oh, okay. Shall we go back to work? You concentrate only on the last one. Stop! Don't give me the wall. It was fun. Oh, they're not showing the meows. Maybe now they're showing. Maybe meows now. Why meow hidden? Mew. Meow, where are you? Not sure what happened. Not sure why, chat. What's the wall? Nothing. Floyd! Anyway. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Can I have the hide command? Yes, I'm sending it to you, Aris. Yes. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. We still have one more tomato. Alrighty. We have one more tomato, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. hello. Welcome to the break. No, Aria. Hi, random. Hello. Welcome back. No. How are y'all doing, people? How is it going? How are y'all feeling? I am ready for the gym. I am not ready for the gym. I am supposed to go to the gym. Still not. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know what's happening. Let's see if there's a problem with Mix It Up. Overlay widget. What is an overlay widget? No. About? No. Services. OBS. Test connection. It is successful, but you don't see shit. I don't know, chat. Oh. You're an ask this? Yeah, you can send it to me, Spotify. You can send it to me. I don't want to skip gym, but I might have to go after dinner because apparently my sister is coming here. It's a smooth song. Yes, it's nice. But send it to me, Spotify, and then maybe I'll show it on stream. Yeah, no. I definitely wanna go to the gym. I really wanna go. By the way, hi August, if you're still there from TikTok. Is this what love is? Oh, I asked you to send it to me. It's fine. I do not bite my nails because that's why I have long nails. Like I would be biting them if I didn't have long nails. My session was good. The point is, like, if I don't go tonight to the gym, I might not gonna go either tomorrow because tomorrow I'm gonna go. Oh, tomorrow I'm finally gonna do something about my hair, which are starting to become like very. I don't know. Oh, anywhere, Spotty. Anywhere. They're starting to become like I don't understand them. They're starting to become something. Diet pink? No. I was thinking, chat. Tell me if you agree with this. I was thinking about like going this. I was thinking about going for this cut. I was thinking about. But like, you know, not like a nice height here. I was thinking about here. You know, like where like my ears have to come out a little bit. God, please no. So you're joking. I am joking. I don't think that I'm gonna cut them. Like I wanna grow them long. Like I wanna grow them long. Alright? I don't know if they will fit me. I have no idea. But I wanna grow them long, right? But right now they're like they have no shape, no whatsoever. So I was thinking maybe like I don't know. I don't know what to do to hair. I have no idea. Oh, good morning, my Sushi. I don't know what to do to the hair. Like I was thinking maybe I can cut like a little bangies. But then I look like my sister. This is how my sister looks. Because the point is, if I could, look at how I would love to look like. Wait. My dream. Ciao, mama. What's up? My dream is to have this kind of hair. Wait. That is scam for what? You like curtain bangs? I also like curtain bangs. You like curls? I also do like curls, but my hair is so not curly. But my dream hair, wait. What the fuck? Why they're not fitting me anymore? They used to fit way more. Way better. Anyway. If I could go back to God and say like, oh, I want them like this, I would go like, oh, I want them like this. Please make them like this. It's G-Time vibes, yeah. Like if I could tell him, oh, just like this. You know, like you just make them like this. What do you mean no? No, Simon, no, no, no. Right? Look at it. They look so good, but the point is like, they will never look like this. Today was an emotional day, not good to take that kind of decision. You're maybe right. You may be right. But the point is like, I don't have this many hair. I don't have these many hair. Like these would need like extension, you know? What do you mean that you don't like the... I feel that the... No, not... Okay, not like this. But I feel like... curtain bangs could work. But at the same time, I know that they're a mess. And I know that I will not be able like to fix them in the morning. Like imagine in the morning, I have to like curl them and try it on a side. I don't like it on the side. On the side it feels like emo kind of vibes. No. Yeah, this is, oh my god, no. Not on the side. On the side it's emo. I wanna kill my dad. I wanna kill my mom. I wanna kill... Please, Arya, thank you for being here. You know? Are Maya Nemo? No, I'm not. But if we went like this will be fine. I can tell you how to make them look. Oh, actually, you do have curtain bangs, don't you, Ari? Is it easy? Why not trying? Well, then maybe tomorrow, but then at the same time, imagine them straight here. My hair are like this. So wait. I don't think I would be looking good. You know? Like I feel that they look good because there are these hair under. The length suits me, but not the bangs. No, I like the bangs. I think that they're... Stays the way you style it. Wait. Pin straight hair, trust me. So should I just go with the same hair that Arya has? Should I just look the same as Arya? Should I just become her copy? Since we just have the same straight hair? I say that trust Arya because you might say something to your hairdresser and they might change them drastically. Fair. Yeah. Arya's doppelganger. Same size? I'm not same size. She's way shorter. She's like at least 1 meter shorter than me. For sure. But I don't know. Who is Arya? Arya is a mod. It's a mod. Way! She's the meow. She's even like on a higher rank than me on Discord, by the way. I thought it was not possible to make it. Then it happened. I was like, alright. I'm gonna just make Arya. Hired. Or Norma. No, this I don't know. Wait, I cannot see. Abdul, I don't usually. Oh, my eye is itchy. Wait, this is... And back to my normal hair. So for sure, darker. Am I gonna make them like a little bit darker? But I'm thinking about the bangs. What if I go there? What if I go there with this one? And I tell them just make me this hair. Just implant them. Just implant them. Just attach them. Like, attach them to my... Attach them here. I'll go like this. I want to look like this! Can you please make me look like this? These are my dream hair. They look horrible right now, but they not cringe at all. I should have Arya's hair so when Arya takes controls, you don't notice the difference. Let's go. I've definitely not removed it from a real person. No. No, wait, I have to put it back in this bag, otherwise it's gonna be a freaking mess. Alright. Should I try with some glue, you think? Like I just glue them to my head? That makes sense. 59 years old? Yeah, and you know, Abdul, Italian olive oil works very well. Arya will become like me and start streaming? I hope so. That's the goal, you know? That is indeed the goal. But I love how guys try to explain infinity. Not sure about Italy, but my wife added a length to her hair, but I thought she's some additional hair to extension. I love it, infinity. I love it. They're called extension, and it's like you can. There's different type. I'll tell you. There is different types of extension. Either like you attach them like here, and you attach them, and you get longer. Or you have like a full-on thing, or you buy. I found someone that has like a wig that then they put here, and then they can have it without like having to stitch anything. So maybe I will find like something like fake hair, some fake hair to add to my hair. And we're gonna go through this thing together. Listen, chat. I have fake nails. I need also fake hair, and then I'll be perfect. And then I'll move to Cali. Your boss put on extension? Wait, you have a lady boss. Oh my god, that's so misogynist of me. Horrible. Sorry. This is realization 101. Horrible. Hank knows a lot about extension. Wait, what? He does? That was horrible, Chad. I'm sorry. And this is no, it's not cancelled. It's not cancelled. It's like this is the society. This is how I was groomed. I need to reflect here, right? This is how I was raised, and this is bad. And I realized that. So, thank you for the gift to... Wait. Stream Elements is sleeping today. Thank you for this, Anonymous. Thank you for the gift to Lady Boss. Appreciate you. Your boss has no hair? Is it a lady boss with no hair? Anonymous, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you, chat. This is fucking incredible. Today you generally broke me, for real. Today, Stream Elements and I are very tired. Oh my god. I have no words, chat, to express how much I appreciate you for all of it today. I really, really do. I don't know why it started. I already started the stream crying for no reason. Just, I don't know. And I appreciate you for being here and being so nice to me. You had a butt hair here? Butt length here. Butt hair here. Butt hair. Butt length here? Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry if I misread you. I'm so sorry if I misread you. I'm so sorry if I misread you. Oh yeah, people, if you want to join us on trivia, this Sunday I'll try to do like a trivia here. Let me show it to you again how... Oh, no, I will not show it to you. No. You're tired of to... With charades, not the finale was a fit? No, shut up, you liked it. I know you do like it. That's what I really appreciate you for today. Like, as you know, I get... Emotions tire me so much. So much. I must stop with the spoilers. But I really appreciate you being here. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. again. You skipped 5 breaks. Shame on you. I'll see you all tomorrow if that's alright for you all. Okay? I'm sending you to Lizzie, a sweet, sweet soul. I promise you, you're gonna have nice vibes. She is in bed, not sure what she's doing. I don't know if she is waking up or if she's going to bed, but share love with her too. People, I thank you so much for today. You're genuinely insane. You have no idea how much the 1K has a meaning for a streamer. Like 1K has like huge meaning for every streamer. And I've never been for so long on the 1K wave, and I appreciate you so much. I was generally not expecting it today. Not at all. So thank you so much for this. I really, really do. I am over grateful for all of this. If you ever need anything, DM me. If you're struggling with something, I'm not a therapist or anything like that. I struggle so hard too. But if I can give you help, like just by listening to you and send you back voice messages, just let me know. People, be nice, everyone, okay? Take care of yourself. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. If you want to follow on Instagram and help me on YouTube too, you do you. Be good. Bye.